when I first got it.
Okay. Good morning. The Committee on Parole is called to order. The date is October 16th, 2025, and the time is 9:07. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I will serve as the chairman of today's panel. My colleagues are Jerry Ledoux and Danny Barra. They are joining us on Zoom. The panel today is at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge. Headquarters staff, please introduce yourself for the record.
Parole Williams.
Okay, all right, the remote location is David Wade Correctional. Staff, would you please introduce yourself for the record?
Good morning, Ms. Stapleton. Michelle Dozot Warden.
Elizabeth Savage, Lieutenant Colonel. Anna Ross in classification.
That's it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Brooks, I need you to introduce yourself with your name and DOC number for the record, please.
Johnny Brooks,
Yeah, a little bit.
Johnny Brooks, 113465.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to read into the record some of your information. Your name is Johnny Lee Brooks. Your DOC number is 113465. You're a fourth class offender. Your offense is aggravated assault with a firearm. Your sentencing date was 9/10/2024. You were sentenced to 3 years hard labor. Your parole eligibility date is 4/25/2026. You don't have a good time date, and your full-term date is 1/25/27. Is that all correct, sir?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, at this time, you have supporters present, well, wait a minute, let's see. Yes, you have supporters present.
Mm.
And we're gonna hear from them, please. It will be, let's see. We have Lee Hartman on Zoom, the pastor. Deborah White is on Zoom, your niece. Damon McGee, who is not speaking, another pastor on Zoom. And then Susan Speed, a friend that is Zoom, and she wishes to speak also. So who wants to go first? Is Lee Hartman ready?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay, please, you have about 3 minutes to give us your thoughts concerning your friend.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, board. My name is Lee Hartman. I'm the recovery pastor here at King's Temple United Pentecostal Church in Shreveport. I'm sorry that our senior pastor could not be here. Was only allowed 3 speakers. He did ask me to say something on his behalf. Brother Johnny Brooks has been faithful in his attendance to church. He's faithful in his tithing and offering and his giving, and he's also faithful in serving. I've known Johnny Brooks for the better part of about 5 years now, since he's been attending King's Temple. He is basically like our church grandpa. He's very protective of the younger kids, kind of helps them. We have a bus ministry that reaches some of the more impoverished neighborhoods. He is very helpful in trying to keep them, I wouldn't say in line, but kind of keep them acting accordingly. I do understand that Uncle Johnny did make a mistake. He was in, of course, due to his financial living on a fixed income, he was in living in more of a impoverished apartment building, which is now dilapidated and shut down. So I do understand that from that, the incident that did stem was from him trying to be protective of somebody that was, I would say, almost bullying or bullguarding some of the residents there, some of the weaker residents, which one of the residents did attend our church, Christopher Patterson. But Johnny Brooks, we've known him. He's very kind-hearted, very giving, give you the shirt off of his back. I'm not going to say that he wasn't in the wrong in what they may have said he'd done, but I don't believe it was with a malicious intent. I think it was more of a protective approach. But when he comes out, if y'all do grant him parole, I do believe that should be allotted a chance. I myself am a 5th offender, DOC number 481483. I'm now a licensed minister. I'm the current acting chaplain at Bayou Dorchie Correctional Center. I'm a chaplain for Willis Knighton Health, our local hospitals here. I minister at our local homes and various prisons. As a matter of fact, on October 27th, or is it the 26th, I'm going to Allen Corrections with my senior pastor for a revival service. I don't believe that Brother Johnny Brooks is any harm or any type of threat. Obviously, you know, he's older, he's more tame. But he will be staying with us. I have two men's homes now that I operate. It's a discipleship program where we take guys. I'm actually approved through the Department of Public Safety and Corrections as an approved transitional living home. We have two homes. He will be staying with us. We will help him. We're going to help him get back on his feet, help him get his apartment. I'll oversee his banking account. He has right about 10,000 right now. We're going to use that to help him get an apartment, hopefully in a better neighborhood according to his fixed income. But I do, myself and our senior pastor, Damon McGee, are both in favor of Johnny Brooks receiving parole and hopefully being released and getting integrated back into society.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hartman. Deborah White, would you like to speak now?
Yes. My name is Deborah White, and that Johnny Brooks is my uncle. So I have a little bit more history with him with our 60+ years. What he did, I do agree with what the minister just said, that it was more of a reaction of trying to protect or, you know, engage in more of an offensive situation than a defensive. I do agree that the living arrangements, the apartments where his living environment was, it contributed to that as well, because it was not a safe place. You know, we've been trying to get him out of there for a while, but again, income based, he did the best that he could. As far as parole, my uncle has continuously tried to contact us, been in touch with the family, you know, continue to minister to some of the family that's out of state, like Seattle. So he still have that family relationship that he's gonna need, the support that he's gonna need to assure that we support him. And I am in Dallas, Texas. I am an established healthcare professional, been there 30 years in a executive role out here in Baylor Scott and White. So I do think when he's out, he'll be getting the support that he needs.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Uh-huh.
All right. And so now, Susan Speed, a friend,
Yes,
would you
ma'am.
like to speak, please?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Yes, my name is Susan Speed, and I've known Johnny since 2019. And he's always been of a protective type of person. He's a good-hearted guy. He's always lending to people or helping other people. In any capacity that he could. He's pretty good at helping people that are down, giving them places to stay, helping people to help. And the I didn't hear all of the conversation with Pastor Lee. I just came in, but and his niece Deborah. But what I know about Johnny is that he's always been a person that helps others up when they were down, even giving them a place to stay for a period of time. And when there were people in his complex, my phone's been acting up. There were people in his complex that were suffering from sickness and illness. And one guy had cancer, and Johnny was always there he would fall, he couldn't walk. He was always there to pick him up, to help him when he was, he would go pick him up, help him bathe, help him do things that he couldn't do, because the man got to where he couldn't drive until his family could take over. So I've always known that he's been a caring person. And yes, things got out of hand in January of 20, I think that was 23, but he regrets that. He regrets that highly. So when he's, you know, he's spoken many times about how he got himself in that situation and how he acted out of character, but he has a lot of support around him, and he wants to do, and he is doing better. I believe he is doing better. He's had a lot of classes in anger management, and he's really improved. So I believe he deserves to come. I believe he deserves to come out now because he is very, you know, very remorseful about everything.
Yes, ma'am. Well, thank you, Ms. Speed, for joining us today.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So, Mr. Brooks, will you
Yes,
tell
ma'am.
us in your words what happened that caused you to become incarcerated, and why should we let you out early?
Well, what happened was, I was trying to protect my friend Chris. He had fell off the wagon drinking, and then I found some mess up there, and I kind of flipped out, and I flipped out on him, and I flipped out on my neighbors, the ones that was giving it to him. So I should have handled it better in a better way than what I did, and I regret that I lost my temper, because that's not like me. But I was trying to protect them.
Okay, so why do you think we should let you out early?
Well, I deserve it. I'm remorseful. And I'm not a troublemaker. I'm not a troublemaker, and I haven't been in trouble in years. Uh, uh, I don't have a record. I can only speak on doing the right thing, and that's is what I want to do. I'm doing the right thing.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Warden and staff, do y'all have anything that you'd like to add for us to know about, Mr. Brooks?
He is currently enrolled in reentry, and he's currently enrolled in Living in Balance substance abuse program. He completed 3 programs, including anger management, recovery and reform, and TBRI at Caddo Correctional. And we did receive those certificates to verify that participation and completion. So we have those as well. He's only been here about 6 months approximately, and he's not a behavioral issue. He's not had any rule violations since he's been here. He has some significant medical issues that he is currently being treated for and followed, for his diagnosis, but he sees medical routinely and is compliant with all of his medical treatment plans. So.
Okay, thank you, Warden.
Welcome.
Your case today has been assigned to Mr. Danny Barra. He will conduct the interview, and he's going to cast the first vote later. Mr. Barra?
Mr. Brooks, you're a 4th felony offender. What were you doing in possession of a firearm? Why did you need that?
Because of where I was staying. I was staying in some rundown apartment, and then somebody had kicked my door in, and I was living by myself. So my son bought me a gun. But I wasn't a full-time offender. Let's see, Seattle, Oregon. Yeah, I guess you can say that. Yeah, my son bought me a gun because he was worried about me, and I shouldn't have been living in those apartments.
So you just disregarded the requirement of no felons in possession of a firearm because your son bought you a gun.
No, sir.
That
To me,
worries me.
no, I thought that I could own a gun. I because I was arrested in '87, and '87 for simple robbery, and then I was arrested in Seattle and Oregon. I did not know these charges follow me everywhere I go. So that won't happen again. So
You know
that's
now
what.
that you can't possess a firearm unless you get a pardon and permission.
Yes, and now I know that. Yes, sir, I do.
And what is,
I
where's
was
the
not
gun? Who has the gun that was involved in this violation?
the police do.
Police do? Okay, that's a good place.
Yes, sir.
All right.
I won't even touch a gun.
All right. Now, what happened that day? Why did you feel you needed to pull a gun on somebody? I didn't catch that in your explanation. What made you feel you had to use a gun?
Because of Chris.
Because
I
of
had
what?
to protect because of Chris, my friend. I tried to protect him because they had kicked my door in. Somebody had kicked my door in, and Chris was drinking, so I tried to protect Chris. If I hadn't did that, uh, I wouldn't have been in here.
Well, you're talking about Chris, but the police report says you pulled a gun on LaQuisha Watts and her daughter.
No, that's after. That's after.
After you got
Yes,
into
sir.
it with Chris, then you got into it with them?
Yeah, yes, sir.
All right. Why did it take you until July 29th of this year to get into your first class?
Say that again, sir.
It looks like you didn't really get into the programming and stuff in jail, from what I can see, until July 29th, where you started taking serious classes like Living in Balance.
Oh, that's when it started. It's not my fault.
He did complete 3 programs while housed at Caddo Correctional Center.
Okay,
And he got here in June and started in July in the Living in Balance.
All right. And he obviously hasn't completed the 100 hours of pre-release either, huh?
No, sir, he's currently enrolled in it right now.
That's all the questions I had.
Ms. Ledoux, do you have any questions?
I do not. I do want to make note, though, while Mr. Brooks is right in that he hasn't been in trouble since 2006, he had 10 arrests or interactions with law enforcement for assaults previously. So he has some criminal history reflective of violence towards individuals.
That's when I was on drugs. I was doing drugs then. I don't do drugs now. I'm 20 years clean and sober.
I applaud you for that. I applaud you for that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, I don't have any questions, so, Mr. Brooks, would you like to make some final statements before we vote?
I just pray and hope the board finds in favor of my parole, and I'm looking forward to restarting my life. I feel real bad for what I did. I was brokenhearted because I thought that me and Lakita, we were friends, but I feel real bad about that because friends shouldn't do that to each other, and it broke my heart that that happened. So I do feel remorse for it.
Thank you very much. Okay, so, is the, board ready to vote? Ms. Ledoux and Mr. Barra?
Yes.
Okay, all right, Mr. Barra, you have the lead on this case, so you will vote first.
All right, Mr. Brooks. I'm gonna vote today to grant your parole conditional. That you have to complete the 100 hours pre-release, that you have to complete the living in balance before you can be released from prison. And then after you do that and you get released, you have to go and stay at Mr. Hartman's transition home. And you have to attend AA meeting, NA meetings once a week. And that you have a curfew from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Ms. Ledoux?
I'll concur with my colleague. Mr. Brooks, you said that you deserved, parole. I don't know that you really deserve parole, but you do deserve to make, better choices, okay?
Yes, ma'am. And you're right on that.
All right. And, Mr. Brooks, I concur with my colleagues. So today, your parole has been granted conditional on, that you finish your 100 hours pre-release living in balance and you stay in the transitional home and then you have a curfew. Do you understand?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this concludes us at 9:29. And we're signing off. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Y'all have a good day.
Thank you,
You too.
board, and God bless y'all.
Hello?
Okay, good morning. The Committee on Parole is called to order. The date is October 16th, 2025. The time is 9:40. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I will serve as the chairman on today's panel. My colleagues are joining us by Zoom, Mr. Danny Byrai and Ms. Jerry Ledoux. My remote is at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge. Today's remote location is Raymond LaBorde Correctional. Staff, will you introduce yourself for the record, please?
Brent Thompson, Warden.
Morning.
Warden.
Nikki Shinver, Deputy Warden.
Raven Heath, classification.
Joseph Board on records.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. All right, so Mr. Holmes, today, would you introduce yourself for the record with your DOC number, please?
TARUS Holmes 404271.
Okay, I'm gonna read some information into record. And you will at the end tell me if it's correct, okay? I'm Taurus Joanne Holmes, DOC 404271. You're a first class offender. Your offense is manslaughter and armed robbery. Your sentencing date was October 13th, 1998. You were sentenced to 40 years at hard labor and then concurrent with 55 years at hard labor. Your parole date is January 30th, 2023. Your good time date is January 22nd, 2045. And your full term date is December 18th, 2052. Is that all correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Will you tell us, in your words, why are you incarcerated and why should we release you early?
Yes, ma'am. First and foremost, I would like to just apologize to the Martin family for the hurt and pain that my actions have caused them for so many years. I also like to apologize to my family because of these same actions. I have placed burden, shame, and hurt upon them as well. 28 years ago, I was a 19-year-old young man, selfish, uncompassionate. I chose to make the decision to go along with the robbery that resulted in the death of Mr. Kevin Martin. There's nothing I could do to correct that. It's nothing. The hurt and pain that I would cause that family, it can't be, I can't put it in words. It's not a word that I can put it in. I strive to do better because I know the damage that I've caused. So many people have been hurt from my actions, not only the Martin family, but the ripple effect of communities. I understand that, and that weighs heavy on me today. I push myself to go hard. I push myself to better myself. I've struggled throughout this incarceration. Times and times again, I pick myself up because I want to change for myself. Today, as a man, I stand with integrity. I strive to help people. I'm an MCCOY core instructor. I help teach man's skill sets to give them a sense of substance to go back into society with. I'm an AA facilitator. I participate in tutoring, giving time to people that's trying to get their GED. Some people feel like they have learning disabilities. I was in special ed. I was a slow learner, but I still was able to achieve my GED. It's about finding ways to articulate to help these young men find out a way to learn. So every day of my life today, I push to do better for myself and for everyone around me. Participating, leading by example. These things is just not things of a daily routine. This is what I became today. You know, man, I look at so many young individuals, pay attention to the news, you know, epidemic with fentanyl. I look at these crimes, you know, younger and younger and younger. It makes me reflect back to myself, you know, decision-making skills. Most people, even myself, made decisions, horrible decisions from wanting to be accepted, being afraid to step out on their own as a man. That was the decision that I made. So I used my mistakes, my past, to try to mentor a lot of the younger brothers here. I encouraged them to get in self-help programs, to take on a positive mindset. I challenged them, you know what I'm saying, to push their self. Don't indulge in the negativity of the prison system. I walked those walks. I beat myself down. To become the man I am today, I had to face myself. Made a searching and fearless moral inventory is the 4th step in AANA. That's a step that I had to make. I had to face myself. I didn't understand the hurts and hangups that I was dealing with from a youth into an adult. And it took a lot of years into me being an adult to really just break. It's just, it's so much in rehabilitation to where if you're not applying yourself, there's no such thing as rehabilitation. To actively take self-help programs is the step that I chose to do, the decision that I made to actively take these programs. Doing so, they've given me the tools to rehabilitate myself. I use these tools every day of my life to be of some type of service for my community here. Not only the inmates, to the staff. I go out my way. Anytime I'm needed, I'm there. I'm there. I got 4 young nieces and nephews at home. I speak with them 2-3 times out of the week. We do study work sessions on the phone, Bible studies, you know, everything I can to help them beat the statistics and odds of becoming a statistic of a young female that's being impregnated, 13 years old, 14 years old. Anything in my power, I push to not allow them to be a statistic of going through reform schools. When my mind state is when you allow yourself to start going through reform schools and things of that nature, you done already accepted a mind frame of adapting and accepting the unknown. So most of us, even myself, I come from a broken home. So I feel like I understand a lot of offenders, a lot of these youth offenders. They got so much balled up in them to where they don't understand. They angry, you know, no father, parents on drugs, things of that nature. So with that being given a chance to be of purpose.
Yes, sir.
Given opportunity to
Yes.
go back into society, I could be an asset. I have a strong support cast and just, you know, my plan, credentials, the CCCR, NCCR, to go into the field of construction. My family, parole board, they helped me make the transition to go back into society. I'm willing to work with the parole board and parole officers
Yes.
to be implemented in programs.
Okay. Well, thank you. You spoke very eloquent for yourself. Thank you very much. Staff, are there any comments that you'd like to make?
Yes, ma'am. Currently Holmes is doing pretty good. Just starting out with his dictionary. He hadn't had a write-up since 2018. The write-up he did have then was of a country band but it was only of a cigarette. So he's done pretty good as far as the dictionary is concerned. He is applying himself, as he actually stated here. He's a VOTEC instructor. He's also facilitated with AA and NA, but he's doing pretty good.
Okay, thank you very much, Warden. Okay, we have with us supporters. I'm gonna read out the names and then call out who's gonna speak. Mr. Kerry Myers is here with the Louisiana Parole Project. Quitella Cias is on Zoom. She's not gonna speak, and that's a cousin, but in support. Clintonia Williamson is not gonna, is gonna speak on Zoom, and that's a cousin. Calvin Henderson is a friend. He's in support. He's not going to speak. And then Jacqueline White is your mother, and she's going to want to speak. So can we start with your mother first, please? And please limit your comments to about 3 minutes each, please.
Good morning. My name is Jacqueline White. I'm Tarus Holmes' mother.
Yes, ma'am.
At the young age of raising 3 sons as a single parent, I had my mishaps. So with my mishaps of going down the wrong lane, the boys went down the wrong lane. My family stepped in to help take care of my boys to get back on their feet. With that being said, I done had my journey as well through incarceration. But it brought me back to being a mother that knew better then and know better now. But it was a tad too late, if I should say, you know, because everybody was wilding out, being rebellious, you know, and it led to other things. I had a 7-year sentence. And so with that, I did 4 years at down here in Marksville. I don't put it so far in my mind, I can't think right now what the prison was. But with that being said, my son Charles, he realized years ago of the mistakes he met of being a follower and not a leader, what was instilled in us as children coming up. When you see wrong, run from it. Well, by being boys, they did what they did, you know, and all that was in the situation, they all was raised the same way with the same morals, but did what they choose to do. And that's drug selling, drug taking. So at the end of the day, this what happened. So as he done growed up to be a young man, I have seen 190-degree turn in my child. You know, we speak often every weekend, and he's ready for society, learning things, not just what he had to do, but for himself to be better.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's probably just what it is, you know. I know he done changed to do better for himself and to come out to take care of his nieces and nephews so they don't go down that same path. That's a blessing. And with the Martin family, I'm a mother myself. I'm truly remorseful for them as well, you know. It's devastating.
Well, thank you for your words about your son and also your sincere regrets for the family.
Thank
Appreciate it. Yes, ma'am. Okay, so now we have Miss Williamson on Zoom. Would you like to speak, please? It's on mute.
You able to hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Good morning to the parole board and the Martin family. I am Clintonia Williamson. TARUS Holmes is my cousin, and I'm attending this parole hearing to show my support for him, not to dismiss or minimize the seriousness of his actions or the pain caused to the Martin family. TARUS and I grew up together, and as he stated, we both struggled with life as teenagers. Those years were full of confusion, broken homes, drugs, and fathers not being around, just to name a few. It often felt like we were fighting battles that would never end. TARUS has been serving his sentence since 1998, almost 3 decades. Speaking with him when he calls his mom, I feel in his heart that he is very remorseful. While there are no excuses for my cousin's actions, I know that, as I said, he regrets his past decisions. TARUS has taken time to make changes to his life to assist him on his journey to being a more productive person. He has earned his GED. He has completed self-help programs, as he has stated. One thing that truly caught my attention was the victim impact. That meant a lot to me. Not only has TARUS completed those self-help programs, he has taken numerous management courses. And I want to elaborate because he did a great job explaining it himself. He has done many things to become more productive and responsible to help himself overcome things. Yes, I am aware that it will take lots of support, and he will get that. He will truly get that. But with that being said, our family stands ready to provide TARUS with the support that he needs. I believe that having that support is essential for him to continue the growth. My aunt, his mother, has relocated from Alexandria, Louisiana. To me, this was a very smart decision. It will allow him to be closer to the larger support system. Taurus today is not the same person that he was in 1998. He has matured, gained wisdom, and used his time in prison to reflect and grow. He truly understands the impact of his decision on the Martin family. In conclusion, I truly understand that parole is a privilege and not a right. I understand that, but I sincerely believe in my heart that Taurus has demonstrated genuine change and is ready to continue on a positive path. And I respectfully ask that you give him the opportunity to prove this. And again, I will say, I respectfully ask that you give him the opportunity to prove this. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you for speaking in behalf of your cousin. So let's see, we'll go now to Mr. Kerry Myers with the Parole Project.
Good morning, Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. We're here to let the board know we have accepted Taurus as our client, and for several reasons. One is the fact, as he stated, and his support system, his family has stated, he's done significant work, but in particular, since his denial in 2023, in the last 2.5 years, he's done significant programming. Two things can happen on a denial, as the board knows. Someone could spiral and go down, or they can take it as an incentive to continue to work. And he has continued to work. He has completed significant programming, both with AANA and MCCOY, also financial literacy and other programs that he has taken. He's earned his GED during his incarceration. He's taken Thinking for a Change in Victim Impact, Trauma Healing. The programming itself shows that he is committed to the work of self-improvement. His remorse is genuine. As a 19-year-old when this crime happened, while we know what the Miller-Montgomery standard says about juveniles, we also know that the brain science used in Miller-Montgomery says you're not fully developed until you're about 25 or 26 years old. He had 2 co-defendants, and that's not an excuse, but it is an understanding of how influences, outside influences, can lead people to actions that are not only harmful but regrettable. We believe that Taurus is an excellent candidate for reentry in our program. We will provide him the services, the transitional services that he needs after 28 years. That includes things like technology, financial literacy. We'll make sure he has a bank account. We'll connect him to his services. He'll have a mentor, a personal coach while he's with our program. He'll have case management at minimum of 1 year. Well, we'll continue to work with Taurus. We just believe that he's done the work necessary, that he's ready. He's at the current age, he's at a sweet spot for employment. He does have the skills, and he does have the support system. So we'd ask this board to consider granting his parole today under whatever conditions they would deem necessary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Myers. Okay, at this point, we're going to go to the opposition, and we have Joseph Martin, the victim's brother, and then we have, who will speak after him is Mr. Derek Johnson, the ADA from Rapid. So right now, Mr. Martin, would you like to speak, please?
Yes, good morning. I'm Joseph Martin, Kev's brother. Speaking on behalf of my family, we all still like dealing with stuff,
Yes.
counseling and everything else. So I hear Taurus, but he's here. Um, my brother's not. I hear all these things that he can do. I can hear all the everything else, right? Um, my brother didn't have that chance. He don't have that chance. Um, his life was taken execution style. Um, that's something that uh, I know. I've been a counselor a lot, a lot. Uh, I have like a folder that I go through that I look at and try to figure out everything. And it still hurts. Um, I know my mom, her life completely changed. Um, she couldn't go back to her church around her friends. She doesn't sleep in the bedroom that's close to the house. The house was across the street that kid was murdered in. Um, she uh, she doesn't get out the house that much, right? Um, it's just it's a lot. I know that you talk about age and stuff, but you know, that was a decision, man, and that was a life decision. Um, it was something that we say mistake, mistakes you can correct, mistakes you can people still hear. Um, the last picture I have of my brother is still like his graduation outfit from high school. My mom, she still has it, a big picture on my wall in the house every time I go back home and see that. Um, yeah, it's a lot. Um, I don't think that anybody deserves to walk the street after taking somebody else's life. Um, that's not a right. That's not a right. And then for my family to know that two others are out. And then when I go back to Alexandria, I'm living in Richmond, Virginia now. And when I go back to Alexandria, I still have cousins and everybody else like, hey, this person is in town, or this person just came through town, or and then I'm worried about my family, my mom, and everybody else on these dudes here that killed my brother, right? So I know it's on their mind. And it's just man, I ain't gonna say hate, but I ain't got nothing for you, bro. Nothing. It's just you are what you deserve. You deserve where you are right now. You deserve worse, but you at the minimum where you are right now, that's where you need to stay.
Um, Mr. Martin, I can see you through grief, and I know that it's a part of your family. Uh, in law enforcement, I've worked with crime victims quite a bit, and one of the things that I had that I gave cards to my victims was the absence of their presence is everywhere. And that's the thing about grief that just seems to not go away. So thank you for gathering the courage to speak on behalf of your brother today. All right, at this time, we'll go to Derek Johnson, the ADA, for Rapids.
Yes, thank you. Derek Johnson, on behalf of Philip Terrell, Ninth Judicial District Attorney's Office. Parole Board, we are still opposed to any condition, early release of Mr. Holmes. I do believe that it is important. I do understand that Mr. Holmes is making strides while he has been incarcerated, but I do believe that it's important for individuals to realize the consequence of their actions. As stated by the victim's brother, that was a life-changing decision when he made. I mean, we see that even in today's society when youngsters go out there and they take people's lives. He was given 2 pleas, one of 40 years and one of 55 years. And we at the district attorney's office believe that he needs to serve out his pleas. Those are the pleas that he was given. I mean, that was the time that he was given. That's the time that the family believes that he's going to be incarcerated for. And we at the district attorney's office, we're not moving from that stance right there. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for joining us today. Okay, at this time, your case was assigned to Mr. Danny Barra. He will conduct the interview and later he will cast the first vote. Mr. Barra?
Yeah, Mr. Holmes, what was your part in it? I know there was several co-defendants. What was your part?
My part, it was in the aspect of a group. My part, I shot him. I shot Mr. Kevin Martin. It was designed for multiple drug deals, transactions, and we went in, one thing led to another. And as I spoke with earlier in the event, I thought he was going for a weapon, and I shot him and fled out the door. It was several shots going on. I knew I hit Mr. Martin. And that's what I did.
It was 2 different guns. Were you shooting 2 different guns?
Sir, as I said before, I have co-defendants. At the time, I had a .380 automatic handgun. And that's the gun that I had. That's the gun that I shot. I have two co-defendants on this particular case with me. And the gun that I had was a .380 handgun.
All right. And what have you learned since being in jail? What have you learned about yourself?
Bro, just in general of me battling, I understood that going through everything that I put myself through, what the Kevin Martin brother spoke, man, it's serious. And I can't take away how he feel, because he deserved to feel everything he felt. And I learned within me that the more I grow, the more I've matured, the more I understand the damage that I've caused. And man, it'll break you. And through God, I understand. I never understand truly what the effect is, because my family, as he spoke, is here. I've learned that, man, I've destroyed because of my actions. I carry it. And I just find ways to stay positive and keep going to help other people.
Thank you. That's all the questions I had.
Ms. Ledoux?
I just for a point of clarification, was this a drug interaction? Was this a buy or sell? Or did you know that he had the drugs and you were just going to go get them?
Yes, ma'am. It was a back and forth drug transaction by sale. And I knew he had the drugs, and I went to go rob him for the drugs and money. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Is that all the question, Ms. Ledoux? That's it? Okay. Well, they have here that the .380 caliber weapon was shot 6 times. And then there were 2 shotgun slugs. And you're the one with the .380. Did anybody else have a .380, or was it just you?
It was me and Collins Mason. I know I released, I can't tell you exactly how many. I know I released at least 4 shots, and I'm not going to say it wasn't 6. Me and Collins Mason and my other co-defendant, Walter Riley, I know I had a .380. And as I spoke, when I seen Mr. Martin make a sudden move, I released shots. I released multiple shots running towards the door. I know I hit him. I can't say how many times. That would be untruthful, but I know I hit him.
Well, it's very impressive. It's true. It's very impressive, all that you've done with your life. There's no doubt about that. The old saying is you took the bull by the horns and you decided to find yourself a different path. And that's very obvious from everything that you said. But on the other hand, you did see the grief from Mr. Martin. And it's true, when I would have victims that somebody had been murdered, one of the cards that I had was, and it's true, the absence of their presence is everywhere. And that's why the mother can't sleep in that bedroom nearest the house. That's why the brother still remembers the high school picture. So that loss is when something special happens, they're not able to turn to that person and laugh with them and different things like that. And I'm sure you learned all that in your victim accountability classes. And then you made the plea bargain according to the DA, which was 45 years and 55 years. So what do you have to say about that? Because it's true, the victims that were in there that day, they do think that that's what your sentence was and what you agreed to.
Yes, ma'am. At that time, my lawyer at that time, this is what he brought to the table, and he told me it was in my best interest, and I'm not going to say it wasn't. Not knowing the system young and just really didn't even know what I was getting myself into in that aspect.
Yes, sir.
When he brought it to me, I just wanted to get it out of the way. I didn't want to prolong nothing with my family. My grandmother was the elder. I didn't want to prolong nothing with the Martin family. And I was because I didn't even want to face nobody in person. And that was the cowardice and weakness in me. And I took it.
Cowardness, I think that's kind of just where you were at the time. I've seen that too. I've been in a lot of courtrooms with this type of thing. So anyway, so I think we've gotten everything you need to say. Do you have another final statement that you'd like to make, sir?
Yes, ma'am. I know sorry will never be enough to fill the void that I've caused in the Martin family life. And man, I pray and just hope that it gives them some type of consolence to conceal them, to know that I'm dedicated, not only to do the right thing, but to help others not make the same decisions that I've made to cause other people to be victimized and trauma reporting other people's lives. And I just ask that, they know that, man, I'm moving forward, and I just want to, I'm sorry for what I did.
Yes, sir. Well, I can see your remorse. So at this time, is the board ready to vote, Mr. Barra and Ms. Ledoux?
Yes.
Ms. Ledoux? Okay, Mr. Barra, you have the lead in this case, so you would vote first, please.
All right. Mr. Holmes, congratulations on all the programming and all the stuff you did to change yourself while you're there. You're doing a good job of that. But I got to tell you, when the lawyer told you it was in your best interest to take that plea, he was 100% right, because what you did was a first-degree murder during the commission of an armed robbery, which is one of probably the most serious crimes you can commit. And you agreed to that plea, and you just haven't served enough time yet. You've done good work in jail and good preparation to get out, but today's not your day. I cannot grant parole to you today. I vote to deny.
Okay, and Ms. Ledoux?
Mr. Holmes, you present a very difficult case because you've done everything that that we would expect an offender to do to prepare for reentry. You have good plans. However, today is not your day for me either, and my vote is to deny.
Okay. Well, Mr. Holmes, I agree with both of my colleagues. You did take a plea bargain, and like Mr. Barra said, had you gone the other way, it would have been life. So you haven't served enough time on that, for me to be able to grant your pardon today. So my vote is to deny. So that concludes, our hearing with you this morning, and it is 10:15.
Yeah, let me know about the thing about the stuff.
The Committee on Parole is called to order. The date is October 16th, 2025. The time is 10:22. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I will serve as chairman on today's panel. My colleagues are Jerry Ledoux and Danny Barra, and they will be joining us on Zoom. My location is DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge. Today's remote location is Raymond LaBorde Correctional. And staff development, the warden's already introduced himself earlier. So, Mr. Pryor, would you please introduce yourself with your name and your DOC number?
Name is Ed Pryor Senior. DOC is 544462.
Okay, I'm going to read the information from your master record on the record. Your name is Edward Pryor. Your DOC number is 544462. You're a first class offender. Your parole eligibility date is 4/11/2017. You're not eligible for good time. Your full-time date is 10/24/2035. You have a total sentence of 30 years. And this, your sentencing date was on 10/8/08, and it was for incest. And first count was 15 years. The next count was 15 years concurrent. Then you had another one of 15 years consecutive. And then the fourth count was 15 years concurrent. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, will you tell us in your words why you're incarcerated and why should we be releasing you early today?
The reason I'm incarcerated is because of my bad habits and the thing that I inflicted on my family with that incest. That's why I'm here. One thing I want to say is that what I did was incomprehensible. I didn't destroy somebody strange. I did to my own family. That wasn't right. In fact, it was very evil. I had just made a serious blunder in judgment and things, no matter what I did. It was my decision. They were terrible. And I really regret those decisions. That's why, as long as I've been here in Raymond LaBorde, I've been changing my inner man. It has to be changed. Because a superficial change ain't gonna do anything. I have to change me. And I've been doing that while I've been here. And not only have I been changing me, I've been helping others to make the same change. Because the things that we come in here for, especially me. I was a minister on the street now. I can't believe this here. But I did it. Am I proud of it? No, man. If I could talk to my children, because I lost all of them, I would tell them how sorry and deeply sorry I am for what I've done. I can't change that. I wish I could, but I just can do it, just say I'm sorry. Now, since I've been here, I've been taking a lot of classes that helped a great deal. The last class I took was time. Oh, that class, and part of it I had to look in the mirror. That rascal, excuse me. When I had to stand up and look in the mirror and talk to myself and deal with me was a hard part, but I learned some things. Even though I did these things, I take these failures, they're not final, and turn them into a lesson. I teach that all over this compound, especially about a father's business, where how you're supposed to raise his child. I made a statement last time I was on the parole board about a young girl in Shreveport who talked about his voice. I had to learn that voice. A man has a strong voice in his family. He could either make that family or he can destroy that family. My voice, I didn't understand it. My wife introduced me to it and said, I'm trying to pay attention to you just by what you said. I still didn't understand. I wasn't raised by no man. I was raised by my mother. She did a fine job. My aunts and my grandma. But I didn't understand that voice. And so I started preparing myself, wherever, even in here, teaching the classes, especially when I'm talking to men and young men. I say, you have a strong voice in you. I messed mine up and I said it just like that. But you have a strong voice in your family that can either make your kids succeed or be failure. Now, I asked my two daughters to go and make sure to get a college degree. I was in mechanic and I was trucking business. And they still grew up because they still have those same dreams because they in the truck. So I recognize that voice is strong. But I messed up, man. And it was just something that Lord, I regret.
Let me ask you, you took a plea bargain because there was forcible rape involved in some of your charges as far as the plea bargain. So you served about 17 years of the 30 years. So why should you be released early?
Now, I'm asking to be released. If I'm not released, ma'am, the pride of I done really changed. I'm not the same man. I'm not the same man. I don't walk around here trying to help other people, kids, through this system and teach them the right way to live and not change myself. I had to change. When I was back there, that was stupid. That was ignorant. That was foolish. It was dangerous. I heard they were told me what my daughter had to take pills and everything else for a mental condition. That bothered me. That tore me down. I had to do this and then realize what I did was real bad. You want to let me go? I would thank you, but if not, I still have to face what I did.
Well, you know, that's a major betrayal for a child.
It is.
And for them, generally, they don't get that back in their life, that trust. So it's something that they fight with all their life. Warden, do you have anything you'd like to say, please?
No, ma'am, no comment.
Okay. How about any courses that he's taken? Any pre-release, anything like that, sexual assault?
Yes, he has. He's taken several courses. Victim impact, thinking for a change. He's completed all those. He's taken several courses. He applied himself in any class possible here at RELCC. He's done them all. He's
Pre-release. He's taking pre-release. He's taking pre-release.
Yes, he has.
Okay. Okay, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Ward. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Not at all.
We have someone here in support for you on Zoom. Her name is Courtney Moses, and she's a friend. Would you like to speak, please?
Yes, how you doing, Mr. Courtney Moses? How you doing? So yes, I want to speak on behalf of Mr. Edward Pryor. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay, yes. First of all, thank you for having me to speak on the parole board today.
Yes, sir.
Not even 3 years ago, I sat in the same chair that Edward Pryor sat in the same facility. And I don't know Edward Pryor prior to 2016 when I met him. I can only attest to the 6 years that I spent around Mr. Pryor. I came to RELCC, and like I said, in 2016, he has been a mentor to me. Mr. Pryor, Mr. Pryor is the only man. I was incarcerated 26 and a half years. Mr. Pryor is the only man, and I'm not saying this because I was formerly incarcerated. I'm saying the truth, man. That's the only man that I knew that had respect from everyone around him. If I can describe Mr. Pryor in one word, it could be consistent. He helped me realize my purpose through example, through small examples that he would set on throughout the compound, just being consistent. I watched this man break up gang fights, because his presence alone commanding young men to listen, to pay attention. He's a difference maker. I don't know what happened as I listened to Mr. Pryor, and my heart hurts for the victim, because no one deserved that. But I don't know him prior to me meeting him. But for the time I met Mr. Pryor, he the reason why I adopt a lot of my principles today. And I'm speaking on behalf of Mr. Pryor because I strongly feel that he deserved to come home to live out the rest of his life and live out his purpose. He want to change. He invest in people, man. The Warden Thompson, no one can really have a bad word to say about Mr. Pryor because he's consistent. This not a game. You can actually, we was trained to be game players. We know BS. I ain't no BS. This young man is not BS, and he really loved the Lord. He really have a heart to change. Currently, I'm a workforce development specialist at Job One in New Orleans. I prep people to get careers to make over $50,000 a year. I help people to launch their careers, and I can assure you, ma'am, if the board release Mr. Pryor, he's not only coming home to family. He's coming home to a community of brothers like myself, who have resources to assure that difference makers like Mr. Pryor, that we know that will be a difference maker, will have the house that he needs, the employment that he needs. I will help him with employment. I work at a resource center, man, and I will exhaust every remedy that I can to assure that Mr. Pryor receive his to assure that to assure his success. And I just ask that y'all give Mr. Pryor a chance because this man really deserves it. I'm trying to be strong for him.
Interesting. Well, you have your relationship with him, and so do the other people. And so thank you very much for joining us today and speaking in his support. Okay, we don't have anyone in opposition here today. The case has been assigned to me, so I'm going to conduct the interview, and later I will cast the first. Okay. My interview is, I heard your remorse, and I hear all the good things you do with other people, but it's a different type of crime. Usually the person is, for other people, a different type of individual, but you are actually a child predator for your daughter. And I guess you can agree with that because that's basically what you understand, Mr. Pryor. Am I correct?
I am correct.
Yeah. According to what I've read, this started when she was about in the 3rd grade. Is that correct? Or was it earlier?
I think about when she was about 5 years old.
About 5 years old. You know, the thing about this type of crime is some people, and you didn't do this, you didn't use the excuse, alcohol or something like that. Because I tell you what, you can lay a child buck naked in front of somebody falling down drunk. And if this is not in their mind to do, they could not possibly have sex with a baby. It's just not even going to be possible. So like I said, it is the ultimate betrayal because you were her father. It's usually a trusted individual. It'll be a grandfather or grandfather figure. sometimes they'll say, oh, she jumped up in my lap, this kind of thing. But, you're responsible for how you portray that act in your mind, because that child is just being affectionate like all children are. So how do you think this started with y'all? She's 5 years old.
Ma'am,
Yeah.
decisions on my part.
Pardon?
It was bad decisions on my part. I
Okay.
had a marriage that I thought was perfect. But I come to find out what it is. It's not an excuse. Someone had to learn. I'm not making excuses. Because it was just a bad decision on my part. I didn't want to break up with my wife. Because I love her. She's dead now. I didn't want to break up with her. But she's a good mom. But she wasn't a good wife because of it took me a while to learn this, of course, because of her sexual preference. And it wasn't for me. Took a while to understand that. I loved her more than I loved anything. In fact, I loved her more than I loved my children. And that wasn't right. That's why I talked about being a father. I did some serious damage there. I don't care what my wife was doing or what anybody else was doing. I did that.
Well, I could understand that better if your wife was a bad wife and you saw somebody outside your marriage that was your same age, but not the child that was 5 years old. That's two separate things. It really is. It has nothing to do with good marriage or bad marriage. It's the ability to make that decision. Let me ask you something. I did read in here, were you a minister? Did you tell me that? What was your job?
The minister on the street, I'm still a minister now, man.
Okay, so you were a minister. Now, there was some conversation that maybe you used the Bible, you would quote the Bible or something, justify your behavior.
Well, that's the way she said it. I wasn't justifying my behavior.
Oh.
My daughter was getting out to the streets, and I planted those seeds in her. And she started laying with everything. That's my fault.
Yes.
Can't do that. I messed you up. I told her that.
Yes.
I told her that. I'll mess you up. And I wanted to get out of the streets.
But it continued on into her adulthood, though.
Yes, it did, because some touchy stuff. The reason why it continued on, she came to me one night and said, Dad, I can't. I said, because I had told her, I said, if you don't get out of the streets, age was just starting up. I said, you're going to run and catch something you can't get rid of. I told all this. I told about the age that continued. There was no pill. There was no pill you could take at that time.
Yes, sir.
I said, you just messing with all these guys, you're gonna wind up getting something you don't want. If you can't, if you needed help, come to me. And she didn't come for a few days, and one day she did. So I responded to that. Because I told her, don't go out there. Because I hadn't stopped that mess. She never put that in the record, and I'm not down in my daughter. She doing
Yes.
I'm not down. I love my child.
Yeah.
All my children. I just had to get myself out of a dark situation that I couldn't have.
Yeah, I think you didn't get yourself out of a dark situation. I think you got arrested because you got told on. Now you're out of your dark situation because you don't have any choice.
Ma'am, I changed myself before I got arrested.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good then. So listen, Mr. Barra, do you have any questions? No? Okay. No questions, Mr. Barra?
No questions. You covered it pretty good.
Okay, Ms. Ledoux, do you have any questions?
I do not.
Okay. Well, closing remarks, sir. What would be your closing remarks before we vote?
I'm just gonna ask you for another chance, because like I say, I really regret what I've done. Like I say, it's incomprehensible. It shouldn't have done it. I made a mistake, made bad decisions, many things. And it was very destructive to my child. I prized that girl when she was, but it's just things I just wasn't thinking straight. Just wasn't thinking straight.
Okay, is that your closing remarks, sir?
Yeah, and I would ask you, please give me another chance to work in the community. Because the biggest problem I find out, young men growing up, especially in here. My first question I asked, where your dad at? Well, I don't know. Oh, he left me when I was young. So I've been training and I've been acting like a father to these guys in here because that's what they need. When a young man grew up like I did without a father, you really don't know how to deal with it. You really don't. I had to learn that here. And I just wish, I pray to God that y'all give me a second chance. There's no way I'm coming back here. But I would like to come back and keep teaching because I have a heart here. In fact, I stay in Cajun. I stay down there. That is the longest walk on this compound. And I stay down there because I help the young men down there and give them a father figure, which they don't have. I have a lot of young men. I ask them too, where your dad? Well, a couple of them call me, you my dad. I know it. My mom said, my dad is in prison. I'm not his dad.
Okay. Well, it sounds like maybe, sadly, you're serving out time with your calling, because that may be your calling to help where you're at. So I'm ready to vote at this time. And my vote is that, I'm gonna deny your parole. You've only served, about half of your 30-year sentence, which was a plea bargain, because you had many cases of incest and forcible rape. So you got a deal on that instead of probably life. So my vote today is to deny based upon lack of time served. Mr. Barra, what's your vote?
I'm going to vote to deny based on strong law enforcement opposition and multiple crimes committed over a period of time against a juvenile victim.
Okay, Ms. Ledoux?
My vote is to deny based on the nature of the crime.
Okay, so today, sir, your parole has been denied, and it's based on the nature of your crime, that it was multiple times. It is strong law enforcement opposition, and I feel like you haven't served enough time of your sentence. So that concludes our business at 10:45.
Thank you.
The Committee on Parole is called to order. The date is October 16th, 2025, and the time is 10:57. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I will serve as chairman on today's panel. My colleagues will be joining us by Zoom, Ms. Gerald Ledoux and Mr. Danny Barra. My location is DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge. Today's remote location is Raymond Laborde Correctional, and staff has already introduced themselves. Okay, so Mr. Delaney, will you introduce yourself for the record and your DOC number, please?
KENDALL DELANEY, 405617.
Okay. All right, I'm going to read some information for the record from your master record, okay? And then when I finish, you'll let me know if you agree. Kendall Michael Delaney is your name. Your DOC number is 405617. You're a third-class offender. Your offense was armed robbery, habitual offender. Your sentencing date was 4/1/2008. Your sentence was 50 years hard labor. Parole date is 3/27/26. Your good time date is 3/30/2055. Your full term date is 3/25/56. Is that all correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Would you please at this time tell us in your words, why are you incarcerated and why we should release you early?
Well, I'm incarcerated because on the day of March 27, 2006, I made a drug-filled decision to ride around Hawaii, O'Burney Bank in Boone Parish and rob this lady of her belongings to fuel my drug-fueled addiction. But I'm not that same person I was 19 years and 17 months ago. I stand before you today with the profound sense of regrets and remorse, fully conscious of the decisions I made and the harm I caused to my victim and her family and my family as well. As I look back, I see a younger version of myself, a person blinded by anger, fear, and a lack of understanding. Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right. And why should we let you out early?
Why should you let me out early, ma'am?
Sir?
As I look back, I see a younger version of myself, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
A person that had a drug-fueled addiction that was raised by anger, fear, and a lack of understanding.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Warden, do you have anything you'd like to add?
The line is doing pretty decent. He hadn't had a write-up since 2017. He's currently working on the paint crew on his housing unit where he actually lived at on page 1. On yesterday, he was just enrolled into the AA and NA program. So that's pretty good. And he obtained his GED. So he's doing pretty decent.
All right. Let's see, you have in support here today. Let me see. You have your cousin on Zoom, and that's Jamie Smith. And then you have Mr. Kerry Myers from the Louisiana Parole Project. I'm sorry. Miss Jamie Smith, would you please go first?
Hi, yes, good morning. I just wanted to, first of all, thank you all for the opportunity that you've given my cousin this today. And also to let you know that my family and I, we're extremely disappointed with the choices that Kendall made back then. But I assure you that the person he was then is absolutely not the person that he is today. He's taken advantage of the rehabilitation tools afforded to him. As the warden said, he's gotten his GED. A lot of things that he's accomplished where he is based on the choices that he made that I know for a fact that maybe he wouldn't have accomplished if he was still out on the street. Like Kendall said, he was a drug addict and he had basically lost control of himself. During that time when the robbery happened, we were all trying to cope, figure out life. Everything we known had been taken away from us. But the man that he is today is someone of resilience, is someone of determination. And I ask that you all consider, his request for early parole today, because like I said, the person he was 20 years ago is absolutely not the person that sits before you today. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Mr. Kerry Myers from the Louisiana Parole Project.
Yes. Good morning. Kerry Myers with the Louisiana Parole Project. We want to let the board know today that we've accepted Mr. Delaney as a client, primarily because of the intensive work that he's done during his incarceration. His disciplinary record is, like the board said, hasn't had a write-up in 8 years. He's completed Malachi dads and parenting. He's certified as a forklift operator. He's taken anger management, living in balance 1 and 2, inside out dads. He has family support. He has shown significant maturity and growth. And we are prepared to offer him our full complement of reentry services should this board grant him. We did learn in the last couple of weeks that he does have a detainer in Bossier Parish. We confirmed that detainer is still active. His parole date is not until March 27th of 26. If the board grants him and that detainer is not cleared, is cleared before then, obviously Parole Project on March 27th will pick him up. If it is not cleared, we will continue to be open to Mr. Delaney should he have to do time on that parish detainer. And again, we go back to the fact that he's matured and he's done significant work during his incarceration. And we believe certainly he has worked hard on his addiction issues. He has family support. He's employable, and we believe he would make a significant contribution to his community should he be released. But we are aware of that detainer, and as I said, if it is cleared, if you release him to that detainer and it is cleared before then, we will certainly be there to get him. And if it is not, we'll still be open to working with Mr. Delaney in the future.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Myers. Okay, at this time, the lead for the panel today for your case is Ms. Jerry Ledoux. She's going to conduct the interview, and she will cast the first vote later. Ms. Ledoux?
Yes. Mr. Delaney, you originally lived in New Orleans, is that correct?
Ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Was it because of Hurricane Katrina that you found yourself in Shreveport?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you had a co-defendant.
Yes, ma'am.
Who was that, your uncle?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
What was the age difference between you and your uncle?
I was 26 and he was 64.
So 64. Tell me about the conversation that led y'all to committing this armed robbery. What was going on that made you decide this was a good way to proceed?
Well, on the day of March 27, ma'am, we was right. Like I said, I was a drug addict. I was withdrawn from a heroin addiction, and my peer pressure from my uncle was like, we needed money to so we could get more drugs. And really peer pressure, I let him get in my ear to rob this lady for belongings to fuel my drug addiction, man.
Okay, so he was driving, but you had the gun and you're the one that approached the woman and take the money.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, in your rehabilitative process, I've noticed that you took more than one victim awareness class. Why was that?
Because I feel like I needed to take accountability for what I had did to the victim and her family and my family as well for the crime I committed.
Okay. Your plans with the parole project are noted. However, what would be your long-term situation? I mean, you haven't been to New Orleans in quite some time. I don't know that Shreveport would be exactly the best place for you, given your situation there. What are you looking at?
I would like to go back to New Orleans. I got it. My father lived down there, and he's pretty old and ill, and I would like to go help and take care of him, man.
You know how much crime goes on in New Orleans?
Yes, ma'am. But I'm not that same person I was back then, man. I have grown and learned from my mistakes.
So you originally were sentenced to a different sentence, but then you were multi-billed as a habitual. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Did your uncle pass away before sentencing?
Yes, ma'am.
So during incarceration?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So how many years have you been down altogether now?
19 years and 7 months, ma'am.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. I'm just a little concerned about this plan you have. And you do have law enforcement opposition based on your criminal history when you committed this. So I'll listen to my colleagues.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Byron, do you have any questions?
No questions.
I don't have any questions either. Ms. Ledoux, let's see, do you have any final statements, sir, before we vote?
Well, yes, ma'am. I would like to read this.
Okay.
I stand before you today with the profound sense of remorse and regrets, fully conscious of the pain and suffering my action has caused. Words cannot truly convey the depths of my sorrow, but I feel it's imperative to express my accountability for the choices I made and the harm I inflicted upon Ms. Kirk and countless others. As I look back, I see a younger version of myself, a person blinded by fear, anger, and a lack of understanding. I am ashamed of the choice I made, and I am deeply pained knowing that I was the cause of your suffering. I wish I could turn back time and make different choices. If I could, I would do everything in my power to prevent the pain and the turmoil I has caused. I want to assure you that I am dedicated to becoming a better person, one who will never inflict harm on anyone again, and I am seeking to build a better future grounded in respect, kindness, and a lack of understanding. Given the opportunity to reintegrate into society. I am committed to using my experience to help others make better choices and to contribute positively into the community. During my time in incarceration, I have committed to myself to a journey of rehabilitation and self-discovery. I have engaged in counseling and educational programs that have opened my eyes to the impact of my behavior and the importance of empathy and responsibility. I have come to understand that true remorse is not just about feeling sorry, it's about taking meaningful steps to change and grow.
Okay, so thank you very much for that. All right, well, it's time for the board to vote. So we will start with Ms. Ledoux.
Mr. Delaney, I would bet around 2017, you realized you were going to have a parole eligibility date coming up and things kind of started clicking, didn't they?
Yes, ma'am.
you realized you had to do some better work. You've earned 435 days of good time. You're doing a great job, Mr. Delaney. I am not prepared to grant today because I have some issues with your plans going forward and where you're going to be, not excluding the Parole project. I'm talking more long-term, and I know that they could address that, but you have not been, you have not served very much time, 19 years on a 50. My vote today, based on law enforcement opposition and needing some more time, would be to deny.
Okay, Mr. Barra?
I concur with Ms. Ledoux for the same reasons. You're doing a good job there, getting yourself with programs, and keep that up. But you haven't served half your sentence yet.
Okay.
So I'll vote to deny today.
All right, thank you both. My vote, I concur with Ms. Ledoux and Mr. Barra for the same reason. Strong law enforcement opposition, and you haven't even served half of your sentence yet. So today, sir, your parole has been denied, and it's 11:13. We'll be signing off.
That lady don't call me again, like, wow, back to meeting. That, okay. Get back on that.
Okay. Good morning. The Committee on Parole is called to order. The date is October 16th, 2025. Time is 11:24. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I'll be serving as the chairman today. My colleagues on today's panel are joining us on Zoom. Mr. Danny Barra, Ms. Jerry Ledoux. And my remote location is DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge. Let's see, we are at your remote location, which is Elaine Hunt Correctional Center. And with the staff there, please introduce themselves.
Assistant Warden Jason Russ. Joe Buttress, Assistant Warden.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. McCoy, for the record, will you please state your name and DOC number?
Yes, Michael Lee McCoy, DOC number 733-174.
Okay. Do you have a questionnaire in front of you that you signed?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Well, according to the questionnaire that you signed, you are not eligible for appointed counsel. Did you retain counsel today?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. All right. You have supporters for you, and it's LaQuinta Cardwell. She's a friend. She'll be joining us by Zoom. And Siobhan McCoy, your sister, will be joining us by Zoom. So, Ms. Cardwell, would you like to speak to us? Is she there? All right. Should I go to Ms. McCoy? Oh, by phone? Okay. Okay. All right, Ms. Cardwell, will you please let us know what you'd like to know about your friend?
You said let you know what I would like to know about?
No, tell us about your friend. What did you want to say to the panel today?
I just wanted to say that Michael is a long-term friend of mine. I've been knowing him for 32 years. And I am his support person. And I just wanted to help him if he was to be able to be released to get back in school to do his HVAC and find a job down here in Ohio. And they got family down here. And basically just to work with him in a positive, be positive in his life. And I do on my own home, so he has somewhere to go when he gets released or whatever. I've been here for like 17 to 18 years now.
Okay.
And then, would you like to have his sister?
Yeah, we've got his sister who's going to speak.
Okay.
Ms. McCoy?
Yes.
Okay, what would you like to say to the board?
I'd just like to express my gratitude to the chorus hearing me out about my brother, Michael McCoy. I'm his older sister. My name is Siobhan McCoy. And although I don't condone my brother's actions, I believe that he has a big heart and he is pure with his love and family and friends to meet his needs. And I'm hoping that he will be given to another chance to prove himself as far as being able to change. He's a family man. He has kids, and he has a building a foundation with his family. And I hope that I'm knowing that he's to be fair and honest, and he has integrity about himself. I hope that I believe that he's going to change himself around to be a better person. I just am there for his support system, and I am retired right now, but I'm able to help out and assist him wherever he needs to go, if he needs to get back and forward to any of his appointments as well.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. All right. All right, so at this time, the person that is the lead on your case is Miss Jerry Ledoux. She's gonna read out your, rule violations, and then, you will respond to her guilty, not guilty, or with a statement. Miss Ledoux?
Yes, Mr. McCoy, it's my understanding that you were in Georgia when these violations occurred. You had an interstate compact there. You are found to be in violation of Georgia condition number 2 by failing to follow instructions issued by your supervising officer regarding the use of alcohol on or about both 5/26/22 and 6/17/22. How do you plead?
Guilty, ma'am.
And also Georgia condition number 2, again, you committed the offense of DUI, driving while under the influence of alcohol on 3/21/25. How do you plead?
Guilty, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. McCoy, do you currently have a protective order that was placed on you by your wife?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All righty. I don't have any other questions. I'll be prepared to vote based on his admission of guilt.
Mr. Barra?
No questions.
Okay, and I don't have any questions either. Would you like to make a final statement before we vote, Mr. McCoy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, I know I was having some problems. I'm on mental health medications. Occasionally I could be seeing things and everything, but I wouldn't just change everything around. I was at HVAC school and I was set to graduate September for this college in Smyrna, Georgia. So I wasn't necessarily like doing negative things. I was going to school and learning and able to work with my kids and everything. I just had just found a rough patch in my life. And I'm just willing to just change it and everything. I really want to be there for my kids, and that's about it, man.
Right, Mr. McCoy, thank you very much. Well, the panel is ready to vote at this time, and Ms. Ledoux will lead us off.
Mr. McCoy, based on your admission of guilt, I find you guilty as well and vote to revoke your parole.
Okay, Mr. Barra?
I concur with Ms. Ledoux for the same reasons, continued criminal behavior while on supervision.
Okay, and I concur with Mr. Barra and Ms. Ledoux. So this concludes our business, and it is 11:33. Okay, good morning. The Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is October the 16th, 2025. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I will serve as chairman on today's panel. My colleagues are Ms. Jerry Ledoux and Mr. Danny Byrod. They will be joining us on Zoom. My location is DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge. And today, and our remote location is at Elaine Hunt Correctional Center. And so will Mr. Marcus Baez, will you please introduce yourself and give your DOC number for the record, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Marcus Baez, 461483.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to read into the information, your master record. So it'd be Marcus Van Keith Baez, your fourth felony offender. And then it says HFC, possession of cathinol with intent to distribute, possession of methamphetamines over 28 grams, possession of oxycodone, possession of bencyclidine, transactions involving drug proceeds. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you were sentenced for that for 15 years DOC, HFC second offender. And then you got some concurrent years, which was 15, 15, 10, 10, and 2. Your parole date is 9/1/2022. Your adjusted good time date is 12/5/2032. And your full term date is 11/30/2033. Is that correct?
Ma'am.
Okay. Will you please tell us at this time, why are you incarcerated and why should we release you early?
I'm incarcerated for dealing drugs. And the reason why I should be granted parole today is because I realize the harm I cause to my community and my family and to myself as well. And I take full accountability for my actions. I know I'm not that selfish, ignorant, immature person anymore. I'm a matured and rehabilitated man and still growing and learning each and every day. I'm a man of integrity, I'm humble, and I know I'm a man worth following now.
Okay, thank you very much. Warden, do you have anything that you'd like to say?
Good morning. Yes, ma'am. Mr. Bias has been here at Hunt with us a little over 2.5 years. And 2.5 years that he's been here, he doesn't have any disciplinary reports. He has a low title risk score. He has his GED. He's completed educational programs. He's completed self-help programs. He's maxed out on his CTRP credits with 465 days. He just recently completed our Veterans Mentorship Program, and he just completed AANA. So overall, Mr. Bias is a part of our veterans program here at the institution. So he hasn't been an issue for us here at Hunt, and basically he's doing everything he can to be a productive inmate while here at Hunt.
Okay, thank you very much.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I just wanted, good morning. This is Josh Guillory. I just wanted to note my appearance on the record. I'm sorry to interrupt the proceeding.
Oh, okay. Well, I've got you. I was fixing to go to y'all supporters. Okay, so at this time, we will go to the supporters. The attorney, Mr. Guillory, do you want to speak now, please?
Yes, ma'am, and thank you for your courtesies. And again, so sorry to interrupt you earlier. This has been quite a morning. I see Miss April back there. I believe I see her back there. She's had a morning too on the road. So I apologize for not being in person. I had every intention of doing that. My understanding was we were starting at 8:30, and if myself was not there in person at 8:30, I had to Zoom in. So I wanted to respect the court. So I've never presented anything from a fast food parking lot before. So thank you for your courtesies.
Okay.
So also to the board, I have several supporters for Mr. Bias, and I'm going to defer to you every time I come to either this board or the pardon board. It's always a wrinkle that's different. So I'm going to ask you, we submitted the questions and the answers to the questions for 2 supporters. Would you like me to refer to that, or I can actually call them here in front of you right now and ask them questions?
Well, let me ask you, all right, so Miss April Tolliver is at Elaine Hunt. Miss Cecilia Bias is at Elaine Hunt, and Marcel Bias is at Elaine Hunt. They've got that they weren't intending to speak. Is that any of the people you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Markel and Miss April.
Okay, well, they can speak, or you can read their response. They certainly have that right.
Okay, I would like, Madam Chair, I'll read the response, and being that they're present at the end, if since they've slept since then, maybe they have some additional facts for the board to consider, if that's okay.
Okay, and then just bear in mind, they'll have approximately 3-4 minutes to speak, okay?
Well, if that's the case, Madam Chair, and again, thank you for your courtesies. What I'd like to do is I would like to submit their questions and answers. We've already submitted it. You do have it in front of you. There's several that I could highlight, but I think they've done such an honest job and such an accurate job in helping the board. I would really just take those 3 minutes each and ask them if they have anything to add.
That's fine.
All right.
Fine.
So I'm going to go to Miss April Tolliver first.
Okay.
Miss April is present. Also want to note other supporters. You read their names. Marcus's mom is there as well. She will not be speaking today, but she is present to support. And he's got a big support channel, and I'll highlight that on my portion. All right, Miss April, you remember the questions and answers that we submitted on your behalf?
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Tolliver, do you have anything else to add, or just from you to the board on behalf of Marcus? Just maybe highlight some of the things we've talked about Marcus and his growth. And he is not the same man now that he is when he went in. I know that. Tell the board a little bit about that.
I just feel that he's more humble, and he learned to he learned how he messed up, and that he's gonna be a great role model when he gets home for his kids and his community, and just to live his life better than he been doing.
Hey, thank you, Ms. Tolliver. I appreciate it. And Your Honors, I have like I said, I have the written questions and answers. Her portion's not that thorough, but there's a lot of quality answers in there. And April, I appreciate that. I would like to call now Mr. Markel Bias.
Okay, the brother?
Yes, ma'am.
You can go ahead and speak, sir.
And Mr. Markel, just because of the limited time, can you please focus heavily on Marcus's ability to work, that he actually has a job waiting for him, and that he has a stable environment ready for him when he gets out?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I have a construction company called H&D, and we have, concrete, masonry, and, ready for work, and I see he's determined to be, the best man to be at this point, and, I know he's real focused now because he's determined, he's ready to lay on the table, to give me a kidney, because I'm in, and I need him home to even start the process to give me the kidney.
And Mr. Markel, if you had any inkling, if you thought at all that Marcus would not be reliable or trustworthy, would you offer him a job?
No.
Okay, and you feel very confident. You feel good. You know your brother.
It's the most determined I ever seen him.
Okay. Do you think it's some of the programs that he took in jail that has made him kind of maybe see things a lot differently now?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And I know in Marcus's questions answered also to the board, I did submit that to you for your consideration. In Marcus's answers, he talks about all the formal training, got his education, he maxed out on all his rehabilitative classes, but he also talks on a spiritual connection and a spiritual enlightenment. You got anything on that? Has he talked to you about that much?
Yeah, he does. you know, try to make sure, you know, you want to be home with the family, you know, his kids, you know, he lost a lot of time with them. So he talk, you know, about that a lot.
Perfect. You did a great job, very thorough on your questions and answers. You added some thoughts for the board's consideration. Do you have anything else to add on behalf of Marcus?
No, that's it.
I really appreciate that. Madam Chair, I have some prepared notes for the board. Do I have time to present that to you?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. And again, I really appreciate this opportunity. I don't downplay what you guys do. I appreciate your service to our state and to this process. I believe Marcus does too. This is his third time appearing before you. And I think it's very important to note the last time he was before you, just to remind everyone, he got a 2-to-1 favorable vote. 2-to-1. He was almost there, being his circumstances, it needed that third vote. So the board actually, if you go back and watch the tape, you guys commended his progress. But you did feel collectively that even with a 2-to-1, he needed just a little more time. He needed a little more time to show just a little bit more. And I believe he did that. I have an opportunity to represent a lot of folks. God has blessed me in that way. Not all of them don't quit after the first time, much less the second time. And Marcus, he did more than just not quit. I mean, look, I'm looking at it. He accepted that decision with respect. He didn't pout. He didn't lose hope. He didn't complain. He got to work, and he used that additional time. And I think this is something that the board can be really proud of and really happy about. He used the time that you gave him the way that the process is actually intended to be used. Think about it. He continued learning. He can't learn anymore. The DOC doesn't have any more things to offer him. Building discipline, his disciplinary actions show that, or lack thereof. His warden just set his record. I mean, so that's there. He's built discipline, but he's proving that his transformation is lasting. And I think that's the intent of this board. You know, we can always release someone, but will it be lasting? Will all this progress be lasting? And I don't know a gentleman that can do any more than Mr. Bias has done. I want to reference again that he is a veteran, but he's helped other veterans while in jail. And I love the class that the warden just mentioned to the board. Very important. Please note that he has earned the maximum 360 certified treatment and rehabilitation credits that DOC allows. He can't get any more if he wanted to. And he's continued to do that. He chose to continue to rebuild. He chose to continue to better himself so he can be a member of society successfully. And he's also completed every single rehabilitative and educational opportunity made available to him. I'm going to highlight a few. Living in Balance, Phase 2, Victim Impact, Career Preparation. I mean, he has a job, but he knew that, but he wanted to better himself. He picked up a trade, cabinet making, and there's others. I'm a veteran too. I love the fact that he's helping other veterans. It's real easy to get into jail and kind of be a recluse in that regard. So I appreciate that. But the point of all this though is each one of those programs represents hours of actual effort, but also reflection. I think the board, when I go back and look back, maybe the board felt at some point, yeah, you know, this might be a situation where you're just doing it to get credit. And that might have been fair at some point on Marcus's journey, but I can tell you when I've seen him in this leg of the journey, it's not there. He is genuine. You can't make up this stuff. And the documents that he provided and I provided, in addition to what the warden just said and the supporters, I think this could be a glowing example of what this board can do to inmates. Again, perfect disciplinary record. Please note that. I mean, without a single write-up or even an infraction in this environment, that's big. And I'm in closing here just shortly, just to remind the board, he's nonviolent offender, occurred many years ago. I really don't believe that society would be bettered by at this point just letting him sit at a cell, because he can't get any more training than he's gotten. He can't get any more substance abuse training than he's received. He's going to continue to better himself when he gets out. And I believe that we've shown to the board that he has a safe place to live. He's got an extremely strong support channel. He's actually got employment. Not everybody can say that when they get out. We have the actual employer here in front of the board to answer any questions if we need. I don't know if we put his address on the record, but we can if you want. And I think Markel did say BNN Transformers in Crowley. So I really appreciate the board's time. I appreciate your consideration. This is a gentleman that has turned his life around. And I really believe at the end of this process, when you look back, you're going to feel good about your decision if you parole him. And that's what our respectful request is. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Guillory, I'm sorry. Okay, at this time, your case has been assigned to Mr. Barra, and he's going to conduct the interview, and then later he will cast the first vote. Mr. Barra?
Looking back at your record, you've been on supervision 4 times already, and 3 times you didn't make it. What's going to be different this time if we give you another chance on supervision?
Well, for once, I know I surrender my life over to God, and I know I'm not going to be that person anymore because I'm matured now. I'm a man of integrity. I do things, when I say that, I do things without people watching it the right way. You know, and I know that I am I'm ready for society. I'm ready to show that my community that I could be an asset to the community.
It's a pretty good answer. All right. That was really the only question I had is what was going to be different this time, and I think you hit it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Ms. Ledoux.
Yes, I was part of the panel that heard you in your last hearing, and I do want to note that I counted the number of programs that you have taken since the last hearing. So you had the hearing in June 6th of 24, and since then you have achieved 6 new certificates in your rehabilitative process. You know, Mr. Bias, my biggest concern is exactly what Mr. Barra brought up to you is you understand you've been out and you failed in your probation previously. I think everybody understands what they need to do to stay out, but they don't have the strength of character to follow through. I will tell you, females are your number one. That's number one reason most people come back to prison is relationships. And so I would point that out to you. Madam Chair, I have no further questions or comments and I'm prepared to vote.
Okay, thank you very much. How many years have you served on the sentence, sir?
Served 6 years and 9 months.
And on a 15-year sentence that you had concurrent sentences, and some of it was for distribution of drugs, am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So that looks like that. Was that a plea bargain or just what you were charged with?
Just what I was charged with.
Okay. All right.
It looks like it may have been multiple billed, habitual. He was a habitual.
Yes. Okay. Well, you have opposition from the sheriff and the district attorney and the attorney general's office. They're opposed. Of course, I mean, it's very glowing that you have family support. There's no doubt about that. And there's no doubt about that you've done a good job to take advantage of everything that you could while you have been in jail. I don't have any more questions. Would you like to make a final statement before we vote, sir?
Yes, ma'am. I want to thank y'all for giving me the opportunity to look over my paperwork to show that the accomplishments I to achieve. And I would like to apologize to my community for my mess ups. And I want to show them that I could be a productive citizen in today's society and show them that I'm ready to show that I could be an asset as well. And I'm ready to show them the better version of me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, so the panel's ready to vote. Everybody's already stated that. So Mr. Barra, you would cast the first vote, please.
Tobias, I'm going to take into consideration your low Tiger score and your program completion and progress in prison. And I'm going to vote to grant you parole today with conditions of continued outpatient substance abuse treatment on the outside, AA meetings once a week, 8 hours a month community service, and random drug screens. We'll give you a chance to prove yourself.
Okay. So 8 hours a week, community service?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
A week or a month?
A month.
Month, yeah.
Month, okay. And then the AAs once a week, is there a time limit on that, Mr. Barra, or just?
AA just once a week. Once you're involved with drugs like that, you need help all the time.
That's true. Okay, all right, Ms. Ledoux.
Based on my encouragement for you to reappear before us, your excellent conduct, maxed out rehabilitative credits, and stable plan for reentry, my vote is to grant parole.
Okay. And I agree with both of my colleagues. Hope we never see you again. Hope you have a successful life. Today, your parole has been granted, and we will sign off at 12:06.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Take care. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, the Committee on Parole is called to order. The date is October 16th, 2025. The time is 12:19. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I will serve as your chairman on today's panel. My colleagues joining us by Zoom are Ms. Jared Ledoux and Mr. Danny Barra. My location is at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge. Today's remote location is Elaine Hunt Correctional Center. Let's see, Mr. Duplessis, will you please introduce your name, introduce yourself with your name and your DOC number?
Yes, my name is RAGILLE DUPLESSIS, 376-706.
Okay. That's good. I'm going to read out some information from your master record, and then you're going to let me know if it's correct. All right. So you're a second class offender. Your offense was armed robbery, 2 counts. Your sentencing date was 4/12/01. Is that correct?
4/12/99.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Offense, arrest, sentencing 1/1999.
Yes.
Is that okay? 1/1999. All right. So you're sentenced to 49.5 years in DOC to run consecutively. Your parole date is 7/28/2022. You don't have a good time date, and your full-time date is 12/5/2046. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So today, let's see, will you please tell us what you did that got you put in jail and why we should release you early?
Well, my predicament was that I was innocent, but at the same time, the police officer framed me for the crime that I didn't do. So it was the reason why I come to jail. At the same time, I don't know what's going on with my situation, but I have a case pending in court that's supposed to release me from the institution.
Or do you know anything about a case pending?
It's pending in the courtroom right now as we speak.
No, ma'am, I do not.
I don't see anything. All right. Well, I'm sure you think it is, but I don't have the paperwork on it. Okay. So that's all you have to say is that you were framed and you believe you have a court pending. You have a case pending in court. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to explain my situation that the armed robbery that they accused me of, I didn't do it. At the same time, I wasn't a person that done it. I was a person of interest. But the case that's pending in the court showed that I was the person of interest. I didn't have the stipulation that I have now to understand what was going on with me during the proceedings. But the proceedings was that the judge misinterpreted what was going on and they had framed me for the robbery. But at the same time, I didn't know what was going on. So I was young and I was absent-minded of what was going on and didn't know how to represent myself. But now that I could represent myself, I'm really sure that this case will be solved and everything will come to justice and everything will be spoken of.
Okay. So let's see. You have supporters present at this time, and we're going to let them speak. The one that wants to speak is Edward Cooper. He's a friend, and your other supporters that are there for you is Ms. Duplessis, Lorena Johnson, Gabriella Duplessis. They're your sisters. That's correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Mr.
Also, I would say that's my brother-in-law. She's gonna go through it every.
Edward Cooper would like to speak.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead, sir. You have about 4 minutes or so to speak.
Okay, yeah.
She can.
She's ready. Okay. Yes. Okay, like I said, my name is Edward Cooper. I'm his brother-in-law, married to his sister. When I came into this young man's life, he was 16 years old. Me and his sister got married, then we still been together over 30-something years. But anyway, just want to say this young man comes from a good family. I grew up under his mother as I was becoming a young man. A very nice lady. She raised her kids well. I'm not here to speak on, what went on, all that stuff. I just want to say, I think this young man deserves a chance to get out here. And I can pretty much guarantee if he gets out, he will never be a problem again. Because he would definitely be under my wing. Because I feel like his mother, she's no longer with us. And I feel like when, in her mind, when she left this earth, she knew her kids was in hands of a good man. And she knew that I would take care. And I feel like I kind of owed her that to kind of keep her kids together and keep them, do what I can to be a big uncle / brother. And I really think this young man, if he gets another chance to be free, he would be a good person. He wouldn't be any trouble in this ever again. I can almost guarantee that. And I just want to thank you for having me. Thank you guys for having me and the family here to support RAGILLE. And that's pretty much all I want to say. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, well, thank you for coming to be a part of this hearing. All right, so I read off your support. Now we're going to go to your opposition. You have a victim, and it's Haiti Dennis.
Madam Chair, I believe he has one more speaker in support.
Oh, who is that?
Joseph Duplessis, his brother.
Joseph? Okay, we don't have you on the list. Put you on. Okay, Mr. Duplessis, go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Joseph Duplessis. I'm RAGILLE's oldest brother. I want to thank you for this opportunity. My family, we were just talking about how, it was outside. This is the first time we ever had in a long time, a chance for us to all be in the same room together with RAGILLE. Again, we'd like to thank you for this opportunity. I would like to apologize to the victims and the trauma that they have endured from this incident. Also, for the past 28 years, we have endured some trauma because of this incident also. We have lost family members, mothers, fathers, grandmothers, great-grandmothers, sons. But we also have accomplished, other family members, nieces and nephews that RAGILLE know of and would love to spend time with him. We just want you to know that we are here in support of RAGILLE fully, and we are here as a family to help him transition, if you get that opportunity, to help him transition back into society. And we know it's not going to be a easy push, but we are here to help him transition and help him make that transition as easy as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you much for coming in support of your brother. Okay, so at this time, we're going to go to opposition, which is victim, and be joining us by Zoom. Haiti Dennis.
Yes,
okay.
Hi. Did he just say that he was framed for the crime that he committed on me?
Sure did.
Okay. Well, that is very untrue. I picked him out of a photo lineup. I remember the exact outfit he was wearing till this day. They pulled it out of a brown paper bag after I described the outfit with the stains exactly where it was, the color of the threading exactly where it was. The fact that he can't admit guilt right there shows you that he has not changed at all. I mean, has he participated in any programs while he was in prison?
We're gonna go over that in a minute.
Oh, okay.
And
So
you'll-
he committed the crime. I'm 100% sure.
Okay. Was there anything else, Ms. Dennis?
Well, during the crime, he put the gun to my head, cocked it, told me he was gonna kill me, and started cursing and calling me MF in this, MF in that. Told me to get down on the ground. When I wouldn't go with him, he tried to get me to go with him first, and I wouldn't. And so then he told me to get down on the ground, and that he was going to shoot me in the head, and pointed the gun at my head. I know he was high on drugs at the time. He was so thin, and his arm was shaking very badly, to the point where, like, I almost just wanted to try and kick the gun out of his hand. He was so limp and limber. But he was hiding in the bushes, and he jumped out, and he committed this crime. And I do not want to see him let go if he can't admit to it, or if he hasn't taken any steps to improve himself.
Yes, ma'am. Do you want to mention anything about long-term effects? Because
yeah, till this day, I keep my head on a swivel. Luckily, nothing has happened, but I'm always afraid. When is the next one? You know, is this guy walking down the street and all of a sudden turn around and pull a gun out on me? I mean, I don't feel safe here. I mean, I'm still here, but I don't feel safe here.
Yes, ma'am. Well, thank you. I know it takes a lot of courage to come to these hearings.
Yeah, and if it hadn't been for the I worked as a bartender in college, and police officers would come in all the time. You know, they do duty there and stuff, and they would told me exactly if anything like this had ever happened to me, and told me exactly what to do. So before, if I had not spoken to those police officers, I would have not been prepared for this. What if I would have gone with him? What would have ended up happening? You know? So lucky for me, I got some good advice.
Yes, ma'am, you certainly did. Well, thank you very much for joining hearing today. Yes, ma'am. Okay, well, your case has been assigned to me, Mr. Duplessis. So I'm going to ask you right now about classes. All right. Now I'm looking at this report, and it says that you've committed 5 violent offenses. Now you're a class 2 offender, but it says your substance abuse, which you said you had a substance abuse problem. And part of your reentry classes, you said it says you refused to take the substance abuse class. Is that true?
No, that's not true. I don't have a substance abuse problem. I'm not involved in no drugs. I don't have a substance abuse problem. Like I say, the information you got is incorrect. Everything you got is incorrect. Whatever you say is incorrect. Whatever you're doing is incorrect. I don't have time for this. It's incorrect.
Okay, well, let's see vocational skills. It says you've refused to learn any vocational skills. Have you?
I'm an artist. I'm a producer. I don't have time for this. I'm an artist. I'm a producer.
Okay. Yes.
This is Warden Butters. If I could shed some light, Mr. Duplessis is currently housed in our high functioning mental health dormitory, which he has worked his way towards. He was in a more lower functioning area for a period of time, which is in part due to the lack of opportunities for programming. But he has since worked his way into a more general population open dormitory setting, where he is more high functioning at this point. I just wanted to.
Yeah, I'm glad you're speaking. So, you know, there's certain classes and programs that a person has to take before release. So, the substance abuse treatment, it says here he's refused. And then on the parole eligibility worksheet, it says he's not completed it. So what's going on there?
Well, the substance abuse program is not for me. I'm not an inmate with substance abuse. The housing area is a facility where the code have put me there because of the lack of confinement that they have in incarcerated. The code have put me on the tier where I'm at for the circumstances that I'm actually innocent. I wouldn't be on the tier if I was guilty. A guilty person don't be put somewhere where they don't belong to be at. They put me on the tier where though I'm around other inmates and not violent inmates. So the court understands exactly what's going on with me. I'm not on the tier where they have violent inmates at. They talking about a mental health tier. That's not a mental health, that's a HUNTS facilitated tier. That's a tier where they can allow any inmates that they have in the institution that is an institution in need.
Okay, let me ask about this. It says that you need your pre-release program and that you have zero compliance in that. You know what I'm talking about with that? It's a minimum of 100 hours of pre-release programming.
Pre-release is not me. I'm a college educated student. I'm not trained to go through pre-release, and pre-release is not for me. I'm a college educated student. I'm an artist and I'm a producer. I'm not in here for something that I done. If they got me on the tip where they supposed to have me at, because somebody instruct them to put me on that tip where I'm at now. They don't have me in a normal society's populated area. They have me on the tip where as though everybody on the tip is not what they think they is. I'm on the tip for one reason, to get out here, and that's the bottom line.
Madam Chair.
Please.
This is Assistant Warden Russ.
Yes.
Inmate Duplessis, like Warden Butcher said, inmate Duplessis does reside in our mental health step down dorm. He's been here since 2019. He's only had one disciplinary report since being here, so he is functioning well in that living area. And I have confirmed that he does have a post-conviction hearing. It was postponed due to this upcoming parole hearing that we're in now. So he does have a post-conviction hearing that's scheduled at some point.
Okay, so something is coming up for him.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and we don't have a date on that.
No, ma'am, not at this time, we don't.
Okay, let me ask you this. You know, with all respect, sir, I know you said you got your college degree and everything, but what level of education does he have? Because that's part of a parole eligibility, literacy program, adult basic ed, job skills, high school equivalency. Does he have any of that?
No, ma'am, it's only showing that he got up to 9th grade.
Okay.
And as far as the educational classes, the pre-release classes, and stuff that we offer here, because of where he's housed, participation with that is very, very limited.
Right. Okay. All right. So, my colleagues, does anybody have any questions? Ms. Ledoux? Mr. Barra?
Good question.
No questions.
Okay, we're gonna go into executive session to discuss confidential matters, and we'll be right back, okay?
You need a second.
A second. I need a second. Ms. Ledoux, will you second?
Second that.
Okay, she seconds.
Stapleton?
Yes.
Barnes?
Yes.
Ledoux?
Yes.
Okay, we're back in session now and the time is 12:40. I am the lead on your case, so I will be the first to vote. And I'm going to deny your parole today based upon lack of programming and based upon lack of acceptance of your responsibility for the crime and strong victim opposition. Ms. Ledoux?
I concur with Madam Chair and vote to deny parole.
Okay, Mr. Barra?
I vote to deny for the same reasons.
Okay, all right, so today, Mr. Duplessis, your parole has been revoked. That concludes our hearing, and the time is 12:41. Okay. Let's see. Good afternoon. The Committee on Parole is called to order. The date is October 16th, 2025. The time is 12:51. My name is Carolyn Sexton. I'm today's chair for the panel. My colleagues are joining us by Zoom, Ms. Jerry Ledoux and Mr. Danny Barrow. I'm located at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge. The remote location is the Lane Hunt Correctional Center. Mr. Edwards, would you please introduce yourself with your DOC number for the record, please?
DOC number?
Yes, sir.
Your name and
Six.
position.
William Edwards, 752472.
That's correct. Okay. Now I'm going to read in for the record some information from your master prison record. Okay, your name is William Wiley Edwards. Your DOC is 752472. You're a first class offender. Your offense was molestation of a juvenile. Your sentencing date was February 26, 2020. Your sentence was 10 years of hard labor. Your parole date is January the 9th, 2023. You aren't eligible for good time, and your full-time date is September the 10th, 2029. Is that correct, sir?
Ma'am, I exactly don't know all that.
Oh.
Some of the dates on the time you call, I don't know all of it.
Assistant Warden, you were able to follow that?
Yes, ma'am. It's accurate.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Okay, that's understandable, sir. So we're going to move on. Will you please explain to us today what you did that caused you to be arrested and incarcerated, and why we should release you early?
My wife, I'm in bad shape. My wife's in bad shape. We're both old, and we'd love to be back together before we pass away. And I touched and messed with my grandkids. I didn't try to rape them or nothing like that. I love them. It got physical, it got out of hand. I have got nothing against what they're turning me in. I love them. I got no harm for them. My daughter and my son-in-law, I've got nothing against them. The kids did right by what they did. And I have corrected and will correct myself that this will not happen no more. If I see or know of somebody doing these things, I will turn them into the attorney or the property attorneys and let them be checked out. But I have nothing against the kids or nobody.
Okay.
They did right by turning me in. They did what they ought to do.
All right. All right. Well, thank you, sir. All right. Mr. Warden, do you have any comments that you'd like to add?
Mr. Edwards has been here since March 2023. He hasn't had any disciplinary reports since being here. He has a low title assessment score. He has completed some self-help programming. He does not have any educational programming, and he has not completed or participated in any of the 4 phases of the sex offender treatment program that we offer.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Warren, excuse me for a second. Warren, did you say he has not completed any sex offender treatment?
Correct, he has not.
What about the 100 hours pre-release?
No, sir.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Sir, but it just hasn't been shown. It hasn't been showed yet. I've taken all 4 of those tests on it. 100 hours on it.
Okay. All right, so now, you have no supporters here, sir, and you have no one in opposition. Your case has been signed to Mr. Danny Barra. He's going to conduct the interview, and he will cast the first vote later. Mr. Barra?
Yes, sir. Mr. Edwards, I see you was up for a hearing on February 16th of 2023. And the panel down there told you that you needed to complete sex offender treatment and substance abuse treatment and victim awareness. And I don't see that you completed any of those. Have you completed any of those?
Yes, sir.
Yeah?
Parenting and, the other one, what was it? Anyway,
Which ones have you completed?
family parenting and, what's the other one?
Say that again, what?
I get all confused, sir.
Mr. Barra, he's completed the Inside Out Dad self-help program and nurturing parenting.
I see that one. I see both of those.
He completed those.
But he has not done, he has not done the sex offender 1, 2, 3, and 4. He hasn't done the substance abuse or the victim awareness.
No, sir.
All right. That's what I was getting at. Why haven't you completed those, Mr. Edwards?
I have, sir. They just say they're not on your file. I just completed the 4th phase of it. I got my certificates on 2 of them. 2 phases, 1 and 2. I don't know why it hasn't been filed. I'm sorry.
Okay. What about the 100 hours pre-release? Why you haven't done that one?
The 100 hours, that's what I'm talking about, the 4 phases of it. I think I got it right.
Where did you complete it?
Here on.
Okay.
I'm
That's
sorry.
all the question. That's all the questions I had.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry if I got anything confused. I'm getting old. I get confused.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Hey, Ms. Ledoux?
I have no questions.
Okay, well, I guess you know what you did was heinous to your grandchildren.
Ma'am?
I said, it seems like you understand that what you did to your grandchildren was a heinous crime.
It was terrible. It wasn't right.
Okay. I'm not gonna go into it. You know, they're still in counseling, and what I know of this type of crime, you know, it's something that people deal with for the rest of their life because it's so traumatic. It's not something that somebody can generally put behind them, although they do try. So I don't have any questions. Would you like to make a final statement, sir? Before we cast our vote, would you like to say anything, Mr. Edwards?
I'm just sorry this thing happened. It won't happen to nobody else. I was wrong by doing what I did. And I get out of here. If I can get out of here and get back home, my life will go straight. There won't be no more of this. I've got to tote this around till the day I die too, ma'am.
Okay. The panel's ready to vote. And Mr. Barra?
Yes.
Okay. We'll start with you.
Mr. Edwards, today I vote to deny your parole based on strong law enforcement opposition, strong victim opposition, and due to the age of the victim and the duration of the crime. I also suggest that you get your programming in line before you come back for your next hearing. That's my vote.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Ledoux?
I concur with Mr. Barra. I also vote to deny parole based on the same reasons.
Mr. Edwards, you've heard my colleagues speak, and what Mr. Barra says, I concur with him. Strong law enforcement and victim opposition, the nature, I would say the heinous nature of the crime, and the length of time that it continued. So today, sir, your parole has been denied, and this concludes our hearing at 1:02. Good afternoon. The Committee on Parole is called to order. The date is October the 16th, 2025. The time is 1:10. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I'll serve as chairman of today's panel. My colleagues are joining us on Zoom, Ms. Jerry Ledoux and Mr. Danny Bahram. My location is DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge. Today's remote location is Elaine Hunt Correctional Center. Mr. Harrison, for the record, will you please introduce yourself with your name and DOC number, please?
My name is Alan Harrison. My DOC number is 487956.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to read into the record some pertinent information. Name is Alan James Harrison. Your DOC number is 487956. You're a second felony offender. Your offense was molestation of a juvenile under control or supervision, recurs over 1 year, molestation of a juvenile, and oral sexual battery under 15 years of age. Sentencing date was 1/28/2020, and you had a 8-year sentence, which was 8 years, 3 times running concurrent. Your parole date is 9/03/2025. You're not eligible for good time, and you have a full-time date of 11/16/2026. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am. One correction, the oral sexual battery and one count, and the one count of molestation is under 17, and then there's one count of molestation under 15.
Okay. Let's see what it says over here. No, over here it just has molestation of a juvenile, oral sexual battery under 15. And supervision recur over 1 year. So, all right. All right. So thank you for the correction, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Will you please explain today the reason that you're incarcerated, and then why should we release you early?
Unfortunately, years ago, I let myself become, due to substance abuse with liquor, let myself get into a state of debauchery where I caused irreparable harm psychologically to a young lady that was in my care and custody, simultaneously destroying all of my family relationships. And certainly I will regret that for the rest of my life, but that's why I'm here.
Okay, so why should you be released early?
Well, thanks to the DOC programs, I've certainly learned the errors of my ways, and I have no intentions of falling back like I had. And so help me God, I'll live out the rest of my days without engaging in such reprehensible behavior.
Okay. All right, staff, is there anything you would like to say?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Harrison has been here since April 1st, 2021. Since being here at Hunt, he does not have any disciplinary reports. He has a low Tiger assessment score. He has completed all 4 phases of the sex offender treatment program. In addition to that, he has completed just about all of the self-help programs that we have here. He has his GED. He is enrolled in other educational programs, and he's currently enrolled in obtaining his associate degree from North Shore. So as in reference to him being here at Hunt, has not been a problem at all since day one. And he's doing the right things here.
Okay. Let's see here. We don't have anybody, let's see. Yes, we do. We have a friend, Mr. Jeff Hagues, that would like to speak, Hagues, that would like to speak on your behalf today, sir. He's joining us by Zoom.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I just want to say that I've known Alan most of my life, since we were teenagers, and he was always upstanding. We worked together on the river. In fact, we both worked our way from deckhands up into the wheelhouse as captains, and would push barges with 30,000 barrels of fuel oil. And so I've trusted him with my life, sleeping while he's running the boat. And he's been very responsible. Also, I live in close proximity to where he owns his own home, about 15 minutes away. And I will be there for any assistance that he may need.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Okay, at this time, we have an opposition from the 22nd JDC, the Assistant District Attorney, Butch Wilson. Okay, you can speak, Mr. Wilson.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, now.
Okay. Thank you and good afternoon. I'll be brief. On behalf of the district attorney, we do not believe these words of contrition today. This man has done just irreversible harm to provided the members of this board with written statements. We know for a fact in law enforcement that these people live in mortal fear of what this man might do if he gets in, once he gets intoxicated upon his release. They are terrified of this possibility. And these people deserve every minute of peace that they can get. And for these reasons, and for the facts of this crime, and for the reason that this is a child sexual offense, we ask you respectfully to deny parole. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, your case has been assigned to me, Mr. Harrison. So I'll conduct the interview and I'm going to cast the first vote. So you talked about the heinous nature of your crime, and I've listened to you took good advantage of all the classes and courses that they have there, and that's wonderful. So this abuse, you said it was somebody in your care. What was the relationship of this person that was somebody in your care to you? What were you to her?
It's my second daughter's boyfriend's daughter.
Was she ever your step granddaughter? Did they get married, or was that just she was like?
No, they've never been married to my knowledge.
Okay, so she was like a granddaughter. She would have looked at you as her grandfather, I'm sure. Said that it started. Will you tell me what age did it start with her?
It was between 2016 and 2017 was the oral sexual battery and the molestation. And then the other charge was under 15. I don't have a specific date.
Okay, I didn't need that. I was just curious because it had in here that she was between the ages of 9 and 10 years old. And then we talk about the alcoholism that was mentioned by the ADA. It was said that you were an alcoholic and that you would drink between a pint and a pint and a half of alcohol every night. That's pretty severe. You think you kicked that?
Yes, ma'am. I have not had any issues here at Hunt. I've remained sober, gone to all the courses, and will continue to remain sober upon my release. And will go to any other required AA or NA that is necessary. Also, upon my release, I'll be going to the hospital and getting some heart surgery, of which I've been diagnosed needing quadruple bypass surgery by DOC's cardiologist, Najir Jan, out of UMC.
Okay, so before I get into it, you tell me what kind of lasting harm do you think did to this child?
Well, I mean, everybody's different. It's probably gonna be something that's never forgotten. I'll never forget it. It's a horrible state of affairs, to be certain. Hopefully she's recovered to the extent that one can, given the events of what has taken place.
Well, from a victim, there's a lot of victim opposition against you in the family. I guess you realize that, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So a statement would be, it left scars emotionally, mentally, and in some ways physically, that I carry every single day. And this could have been any one of the victims, because as we know, what it does to one, it does to others, you know, just by association. His choices didn't just impact me, they hurt the entire family. A sense of trust and peace was taken from all of us. We are still trying to rebuild what is lost. It was a destructive, deliberate decision. And yes, you know, were under heavy influence of alcohol and drugs, and you had a long history of addiction from what is shared through everybody's comments. And then other comments would be that they believe that you should serve your sentence, the sentence that you got. So that's all my questions. Does either of my colleagues have a question? So do
No question.
And no question.
No questions.
Okay, sir, what is the final statement you would like to make before this board before we vote?
Certainly am sorry for all the harm that I've caused. And for the rest of my life, I'll regret it. And I realize that the price I'm paying is going to last a lifetime for both of us, the victim and myself. And I'm just very sorry for what I did.
Okay. All right, at this time, I'm prepared to vote. Are my colleagues prepared to vote also? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. My vote is to deny your parole. I think you do need to serve the full 8 years because you did a plea bargain. And so you got a lot less than you would have got if you'd have gotten the full term of everything. So I think you have done long-term damage. It was a heinous, cruel crime, and it was a child sex crime. So due to the nature of the crime, my vote and the long-term effects on the victim, the strong victim opposition and law enforcement opposition, my vote today is to deny your parole. Ms. Ledoux?
Yes, my vote is also to deny parole based on law enforcement and victim opposition, heinous nature of the crime, I appreciate your hard work while you've been incarcerated and hope that you can put those skills and knowledge to use when you return to society.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bara?
I concur with everyone for the same reasons.
Okay, sir. Well,
Deny.
today, I'm sorry, I interrupted.
Deny.
Denied. Okay, sir. Your parole has been denied today. It's based upon law enforcement and victim opposition, the heinous nature of a child sex crime, and the long-term damage that you've done to your victim. So this concludes our hearing at 1:26. Okay, good afternoon. The Committee on Parole is called to order. Date is October 16th, 2025. The time is 1:32 p.m. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I will serve as chairman on today's panel. My colleagues are joining us by Zoom. That's Ms. Jerry Ledoux and Mr. Danny Barrow. My location is at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge. The remote location is Elaine Hunt Correctional Center. Will Mr. SAMANIE, is that correct? Will you please introduce yourself with your DOC number for the record?
Steve SAMANIE, 89200.
Okay, 89200. Okay, very good. I'm going to read in for the record the rest of your pertinent information. Okay, your name is Mr. Steve SAMANIE. Your DOC number is 89200. Let's see here. Your first class offender, your parole eligibility date is 3/19/2018. You don't have any good time. Your full term date is life. You were sentenced to life, and that you were sentenced on 4/20/1979 for second degree murder, and your sentence was life. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Will you please tell us what put you in prison? What was the crime? And why should we release you early?
Killed my father. Shot him in the neck one night because he disrespected me. He left me at a business place where we did something to eat. He ate my hamburger and he left he had spaghetti and meatball for me. He knows that I don't like spaghetti or meatball. And he went home.
I'm having a hard time hearing him.
Yes, I am too. We're having a hard time understanding you well.
Can you speak louder?
Can you speak louder?
Yeah.
Start over because I didn't catch anything from the beginning.
My name is Steve SAMANIE.
Okay. We got
89200.
okay. So what puts you in prison today?
I shot and killed my father.
And why did you do that?
Because he left me at a business place. He disrespected me and killed me.
All right, let me repeat that a little bit. He disrespected you in what way?
You don't leave your son at a business place and make him walk home. I mean, I know it's no reason to kill him, but
Can't understand what he's saying.
He said that he made him walk home from a business place. Is that right?
That's correct.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay, and wasn't it that there was a hamburger bought?
yeah.
Is that what?
He ate my hamburger.
He ate your hamburger and then he made you walk home from the business place. And then what happened?
I got home that night. The phone was ringing because they called him from the business place to come pick me up. He just let the phone ring. My mother was in the hospital. And I said, Dad, how come you didn't answer the phone? Because I know it was you calling. How can I be calling? I'm right here. He said, boy, you pulled the tricks. I said, no, I ain't pulled the tricks.
Hang on 1 minute. Warden, can you repeat what he said? We're really having a hard time understanding it.
So when he got home, he asked his father why he hadn't been answering the phone, because you were trying to call the house, because your mother was in the hospital.
Right.
And so you got home and you asked your father why he wasn't answering the phone, and he told you that you were playing tricks on him or something of that nature.
Yeah.
That's as far as we've gotten.
Okay, what happened next? And the warden can repeat it for us. What happened next?
He said,
She said, I didn't answer the phone because I know that you called.
He didn't answer his dad told him that he didn't answer the phone because he knew that talking about Mr. Samani that was calling. So that's why he didn't answer, because he knew his son was calling.
Okay.
And I picked up the phone. And I said, hello? Yes, this is the Sammy right there. What happened to my mama? She died. When did she die? 45 minutes ago?
So he picked up the phone while he was at the residence with your father present, right? And he didn't disclose who was on the other line, but he said, hello, and they were disclosing to him, whoever was on the other line, that his mother had passed away about 45 minutes ago.
Okay.
And I hung up the phone. I looked at my dad. See, Mama's dead because you didn't answer the phone. I said, what kind of man is you?
So he turned to his dad and said that his mama's dead because he didn't answer the phone.
Okay.
Oh, what kind of man are you? Is what he asked his father.
Okay.
He stepped up to put his hand in my chest. Some of the man, let's go over your head. And I said, no, you ain't. Took his hand, I brushed it off. Sure enough, I brushed with my right. And we struggled for a little bit. And then I walked away.
So he had a little physical altercation with his father, is what he was describing, about the hand movements and stuff. And then he said he walked away.
Okay.
Came back that night. I went to the gun rack. A 16 gauge shotgun. Opened up the gun where the bullets are covered. And a 20 gauge shotgun shell. A 20 gauge shotgun shell will not shoot a 16 gauge shotgun. According to people, according to records. Well, I put the shell in the gun. And he went and laid down. And I walked up in the bedroom. And I pointed the gun at his face. And I said, no, I better not pull the trigger. My dad's big. If I hit him in the chin, I'm just gonna knock it off. And he will get up and whoop my up. So I walked around the bed, pointed at his jiggle like he should be. And he turned his head a little bit, and I pulled the trigger. That's 1 second I wish I could take off time.
So I'm not sure what all you heard, but later that night, after the altercation, he went to the gun rack that was located in the house, loaded a 16 gauge shotgun with 20 gauge rounds, went into his father's room while he was laying down, walked around the side of the bed, aimed the shotgun at his jugular, and pulled the trigger.
Okay. Then what happened next?
Blood hit the ceiling. Blood hit the ceiling. Coming out of a 4 foot, 3 foot day stop, He was dead, because there was a jiggling vein in his ankle. There was no heartbeat. He was dead. Now, I just was looking for his wall. I wanted to get some money. I found the wall today. I never found the wall. Mama never found it either.
What did you say?
After you asked what happened next, he said there was blood on the ceiling. I think he reached to check his pulse, knew he was dead, and then reached for his wallet, but he couldn't find it, right? He couldn't find his wallet. And then the last thing he said was that neither did his mother find his wallet.
So what did you call the police? How did somebody find his body? Or did you leave and go somewhere and then somebody came and found his body? How did that happen?
Yeah, I left the house and I just went to the ballroom and I stayed in the ballroom about 5 hours. It closed at like 2 in the morning, you know, so I got in the car, I just drove around a few hours. And I went back to the house, looked for money, I couldn't find nothing, you know, I mean, I knew where my mother kept her silver dimes at. I knew it was $400-500. And I opened up.
So let me stop you. So he left the residence, went to a bar room for approximately 5 hours. And then drove around afterwards and went back to the residence, and now he's describing looking for some of his mother's belongings.
Yeah. And I knew it kept her silver dimes there. She worked at a restaurant and she saved all the silver dimes for my $500. And I opened up the box I knew it was in, and there was nothing in the box. 35 cents. 3 silver dimes.
He was looking for his mother's silver dimes. She had approximately $500 worth. That's what he said. But when he opened the box, they weren't there, and there was only 35 cents. In the box. That's where we're at.
Okay. Well, that brings us how the murder occurred. And then you got arrested. And then you were sentenced to life in prison.
40-year life.
Pardon?
40-year life. Judge said
He's saying a 40-year lifer. I think he's referring to the possibly the act under which he was sentenced. Why he's eligible for parole, I think during that year or that time frame.
Oh, I see. Okay. After he served, what is it? Is it after he served 40 years? Is that what it is? Okay, let's see. Does either of my colleagues have any questions?
Well, I have the lead on the case and I'll just make some notes and then be prepared to vote. Mr. SAMANIE has no programming to speak of since he has been incarcerated. He has had 234 disciplinary write-ups that I can see. Of course, the last one being in 2018. So those two issues right there are enough for me to be prepared to vote at the appropriate time.
Okay. Jabara?
Why haven't you completed any programs while you're incarcerated?
I think they finished substance abuse. I finished 5 or 6 different courses.
He said he finished substance abuse and 4 or 5 other courses. But as long as he's been incarcerated, those could have been taken many, many years ago prior to them being reflected as CTRP courses.
No.
So you're seeing the same thing I see, no classes, right?
Yes, sir.
How long ago did you take them classes, Mr. SAMANIE?
I supposed to get out 2000.
Okay.
All
right.
You know, but
no more questions.
All right, Mr. SAMANIE, heard your statement. Do you have anything else that you'd like to say? Because we're fixing to vote. We're prepared to vote.
Yeah. I'm tired of being locked up. Really tired. I did 47 years on a 40-year life sentence.
Okay.
He's 40 years, he's up.
He's tired of being locked up. He's served 47 years of a 40-year life sentence,
And I just want to go.
and he just wants to go home.
Okay.
And he was going to deny. They'll send me back. They'll send me back tomorrow.
Even if you, being the board, denies him, you will still be sending him back home. Is that correct?
Because being locked up so long, I'm really scared of the streets.
Being locked up so long, he's really scared of the streets.
Because everything has changed out there. But give me a chance to find out if I can make it, please.
But give him a chance to see if he can make it out there, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, Ms. Ledoux, is your case. You vote first, ma'am.
My vote is to deny parole based on institutional conduct and lack of significant programming. He was pled down, and so my vote is to deny.
Okay, Mr. Barra.
And if we wanted to grant you parole today, you have not completed the required programs that you need to be granted parole. So you're going to need to look into that if you ever want to get another shot at being released. But today I vote with Ms. Ledoux that deny parole based on insufficient programming.
Okay, and today I concur with Ms. Ledoux also, institutional conduct and lack of programming. So today, sir, your parole has been denied, and that ends our business today. And it is 1:48.